Coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massive 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine.
Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cush, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss.
Great dawn bread, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Mass at 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still starts on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine.
harvested the rye, winter rye. So that was the first harvesting here, but we're gonna start probably next week, I think, with the harvesting. The winter rye was kind of ready first. See, today we're gonna run this, like I bought actually a mount for these cameras. Now we can have like the camera nut on the head, which I don't know, for some, when we're in a tractor and stuff, it might be better, but otherwise we might. Yeah, I might use the head cam still. Should be okay. Then we can start here. New task, probably. This load up first. This is completely wrong. We need. This, I believe. Tell me we get some here. There it goes. That's weird. Maybe it's some electrical thing again. It just stopped. It stopped the PTO for some reason there. Press it accidentally or anything, I think so. Don't know what's up with that. quite a bit actually. It didn't look that long, but it's pretty dense, I would say. Some of the but grasses are almost coming out to seed stage. It's probably a pretty good time to mow now. But yeah, hopefully you guys can see something from that angle. Yeah, you might see the fender quite a bit. I can try to move the camera into some other spot later. Maybe on the other side here or somewhere where the cable is long enough. pops out a little bit too easy there. pops out too easy. Only need to. I think you can maybe tighten the thing somewhere. Yeah, it's like in there. I think you can tighten actually that guy. Might need to do that after today. So it doesn't pop back that easy. triangle piece first, probably. pretty easy able to do this. Or we can switch this camera this way. I don't know if you guys want to watch this way. That way maybe a little bit. I can pretty easily, it like swivels the mount there, so we can, I don't know if you want to watch that way a little bit. You can also switch it somewhere else, maybe put it here. somewhere. Move it about a bit. Total distance will be kind of interesting. I've never really thought like how many kilometers do I drive when I mow this field. It's probably going to be quite a few kilometers actually. Side here. Here could be a good spot. If we got the room for it. Oh no, it's gonna hit the cable. This window here could also be useful if it's flat enough to get the mount to stick. Nah, it's still. I think the window is like curved. Maybe that's gonna work. If it's not gonna fall down from there. Seems pretty sturdy right now. That might be better. Better spot. mower, but it's kind of on the other side here. You can see what it's doing. You have a third cam to show down on the mower. It's not that exciting. You can't really see, like, it goes under a tarp there, so you can't even really see what the mower is doing. the stage where the oats are like pretty yellow, so now we don't really need rain anymore. But yeah, I'm hoping no rain now. We have switched over from hoping for rain to not hoping for rain. But yeah, other than that, we're doing good. We're doing the mowing the lawn, not mowing the lawn, but I guess mowing the big lawn here for the last time this year. Summer has been pretty like average, which is that's good, and that's like a first time in many years where it's been like a average year, which is pretty good. Yeah, average year is good this year, I think. Amount of rain and also average, probably pretty average temps. But yeah, it's gonna probably be like, yeah, it's gonna be probably a average harvest, maybe average plus. So it could be, yeah, could be okay. It looks pretty good so far. Now we just need some dry weather so we can harvest it dry. So far this week, like yesterday it rained 2 millimeters, Tuesday it rained 2 millimeters, Monday we got like 10 millimeters, so please stop with that. We don't want that it starts to rain every day a little bit. That's not good at the moment. Start the harvest actually next week, so it's not far away anymore. Just a few days and we'll probably try the one field a little bit. so you haven't had then like super hot. I know in like Spain and France and UK they've had like very hot, very dry weather. But maybe you have been spared. Or yeah, maybe if you like really hot weather, then it's been a good year in Europe if you like really hot weather. Oh yeah, there's been some wild boars or something digging in the field. There was like a big hole right there. Big hole in the field. Yeah, we'll see. It will be interesting what kind of winter we get here. I think there's quite a bit of like rowan berries, and according to some that means that there's gonna be little snow. So I don't know. I don't know if that's right or not, but some say that if there's a lot of those berries, then there's going to be a small amount of snow, but I guess we'll see next winter. Sunny so far. last couple of days there's been like these surprise mini showers, which would be very annoying if we would be harvesting right now, but hopefully they stop by next week. Somebody has been digging in the field there or something. Kind of surprise bounces in the fields. Probably wild boars or something. more weeks since we mowed this last. And in that period it has also rained like once. So I guess the mega rain before that still was deeper in the ground, so the grass could grow good. let the wild boars where we collected or cut the grass last time. They kind of collected a little bit. I think underneath that there's extra much worms and bugs and things that are kind of decomposing that grass. So then the wild boars like to eat those worms, and then I would say that's pretty good probably. The more activity you got like that, the more alive the dirt is, and probably a good thing. As long as the wild boars don't eat our crops. I saw the other field close to the forest there, where we have oats. There was a little bit of boar damage. Like there you can see it's been digging. We will see when we harvest how much boar damage there is. But I saw there was a little bit of like paths in the oats. And then we really hope we don't get the African swine flu or whatever it's called. Like it spread to southeast Finland for the first time ever, so hopefully it doesn't spread to here. Then you might have like trouble selling the crops, even if we don't have any pigs or anything like that. There, then they might be sleeping a bit. Could be. Yeah, go a little bit slower, then we'll see. You could kind of see and could hear when it starts to have that kind of weird sound. Maybe when the discs are bad stuff last year. There was like too many thistles. It doesn't look like there's that many thistles this year now, but hopefully we'll get them reduced a bit before next year. Probably on some field next year to run the cultivator in the spring, like cultivator once and harrow once instead of like harrow twice. See if we could slice off the thistles a bit better with the cultivator. It goes a little bit deeper and then it has the kind of, it cuts better this way. The harrow only has like basically does this. But the cultivator has like, the pins have like wings to the side, so it's kind of cutting it better. I'll try that a little bit, see if that has any effect. can do like a straight pass on the other side of the what's left of the barn, and then we can do the, or watch out, because I did flatten it with the backbore, but it's still too uneven. I don't want to run the mower over it yet. But next year we should just be able to farm straight all this part here. And the barn should be officially removed completely. size. But yeah, that one you could come and cut at some point. It's not really that big, it doesn't really affect anything yet, but when it grows bigger it starts to come in the field a little bit. And it's too far, like in the ditch I can't mow it with this mower, I can't reach over far enough. yeah, we can order, and then it takes like 2 weeks to get things, but maybe those were pretty common parts. That's good, then we can put the new belts on before we start this year's harvest even. The old belts weren't like broken, but might as well put the new ones on now when we got them. idea before next, for the other field, I need to tighten both that kind of security thing or safety thing, and also tighten the belts. Seems like they're getting a bit loose. side of the barn. little stubble because I think it feels best, but then as soon as it gets like a little bit longer, it gets itchy, and it's best to shave. completely black and slightly bigger. Our mount keeps holding on. I guess the screen has not fallen down yet, so it's good. But yeah, this needs to be moved to the combine and the receiver, and yeah, then we are ready to start harvest. just some power lines in the way. power pole. I cut it once, it doesn't add much, maybe it adds like a minute or something, but if you cut it 3 times per year, then that's already 3 minutes more work. Not that much, but then add that on many years. On a pole up there, we probably do like 10 minutes extra work per year or more just because there's a power line. Got a mosquito here. up to maybe the same amount, and then it's like fine. I don't think there's any point in mowing it then anymore. We can just, it's gonna die over winter, and then we'll plow this in the spring. There are some of the dry years we only mowed like 2 times, but this year it's been growing pretty well the whole summer, so 3 mowings it is. It's even like surprisingly tall here, because it's only like maybe 4 weeks since we mowed this last time. It's actually like 20-30 centimeters tall, so it's been growing pretty well, since actually it also hasn't rained in the last month, so considering that, it's grown pretty well, I would say. Maybe there was some moisture down deep still, where the roots could get it. Another big bird of prey. Seems to be a lot of them coming here, so maybe we have a mouse or something. Green manure. Yep. So most people probably think we're gonna bale this or something, but I'm just mowing this and leaving. And basically the reason why I'm mowing is to kind of kill the weeds. So yeah, we will not be baling this. We're just cutting it. Cutting it and then let it grow again. But yeah, having a lot of clover in it and stuff, it's gonna do wonders to the soil. We've almost always had pretty good results the next year after you have it on grass like this. Pumping some nitrogen in the field, so it's always been growing, or it will usually grow really well the next year after we have this grass on the field. They stuck a massive pylon on your field. Yeah, sadly there's like actually 2 power lines going here, and we have a few pylons or poles or whatever in the fields. Yeah, not too much I can do about it though. We'll just have to try to avoid them, not crash into one. But yeah, it definitely slows down a bit. Like especially this big one, it's like basically 4 different obstacles you have to drive around. 2 poles and 2 like support cables. Here, like it's 2 lines, they go here, so the neighbor over and us, we have almost all the power lines here. is what it is. We did remove a barn from this field this year, so at least there is like one less obstacle. Hello there. Welcome to the mowing stream today. Makes it a lot easier, like you don't need to focus all the time. Plus it's pretty damn straight lines now. I couldn't make them this straight if I would drive just manually. There would always be a little bit of squiggling around. Identify all the birds we got there. The big blackbird is back. I think I've seen at least like 5 different kinds of birds here today. Yeah, I don't know if that's some sort of a raven or whatever that is. It's pretty big and it's like completely black. One of the better fields. Like we have the other big 10 hectare. It's also, I think this field field is like half a kilometer long, like 500 meters. So it's pretty good, you're not turning around all the time. Pretty good shape. The field has pretty good shape. Harvesting with the combine, then we got one field that is not a rectangle. It's like has all kinds of like shapes. Working on it a little bit. I think John is picking up a couple of parts for it today, so we need to change a couple of belts. Then we need to put this auto steer in the combine also. But yeah, I think we might start harvesting like next week probably. Of course, depends on the weather. Sweden all done with the combine right now. Okay, that's pretty early. I mean, I know in some parts in Europe it was like this year was so hot and dry that everything was ready like way too early. I don't know how it was in South Sweden, but here it seems like we're having like a pretty average year. Like it's been not super hot, not super rainy, but also not super dry. So for the first time in many years, we've actually had like a kind of average year weather-wise, which is very nice. Instead of having these like super hot, dry summers that we've been having a lot. This year has actually been average. If we could get weather like this every summer, it would be very good. The only thing this year was the beginning was a little bit on the dry side still, but June, July was very good. And then now this month hopefully stays pretty dry, then it's good to harvest. So weather-wise, pretty good year. Not perfect, but not horrible either. Hot weather is not necessarily bad if you get a lot of rain, but even then I would say like this summer in the garden I definitely noticed that both the potatoes and the garlic was like way better than last year, and the only difference there really is that it was not so hot, because last year I did irrigate the garden, but still the potatoes were kind of smaller and garlic was kind of smaller, so at least for those crops it's not really good if it's super hot. But yeah, I know in France, Germany, UK it's been terrible summer. only when you harvest you can really find out, like, is the crop heavy, like are the seeds like big or heavy. You only pretty much find that out when you harvest, so it's gonna be interesting. And yeah, of course this year we have all kinds of trials again. We put more fertilizer on one field, less on another, no fertilizer on a couple of fields. Then we had a few fields that had peas last year, and then we put no fertilizer this year, and those look pretty good. So it will be interesting to find out what the yield is. Yeah, basically every field is done a little bit different. And then we have a new variety of oats also. So that's always interesting when you try like a new. It's still oats, but it's a different kind of oats. got that boost. This one is pretty good there. Got a little bit there. up a bit. This way. Try mow the outside edge. Outside crash through it when its power is off. Speeding anymore, I think. Gotta lift up. Flip up. That field mode. And we'll do the other field tomorrow, I would say. Unless John wants to do it in the afternoon, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, we'll probably do it tomorrow. tighten the belt and the things before we mow more. Probably a little bit on the loose side. We can just shut off. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Thanks for watching, and I will see you guys most likely tomorrow.
Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah, you can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah, the weather is the boss. Great dawn breath, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on
tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Ooh, red tractors in the pine.
Chat keeps yapping about my